D. That is me. Honestly, the best class to start out is probably just Lone Survivor because it has the most health. And it starts with 420 Blood Echoes, so... Perfect. Oh yeah, you can't do like custom faces on the emulator because of... I actually don't know exactly why. I think it's because of one of the... There's like a mod that you use on the emulator to fix some sort of glitch, and I think that mod breaks like face customization.
Good. All signed and sealed. Now, let's begin the transfusion. Oh, don't you worry. Whatever happens, you may think it all a mere bad dream.
Did I watch the RE9 preview? No, I don't know if I'm gonna watch it. Honestly, I kind of just... I don't really want to spoil myself on more of Resident Evil 9. I just want to wait until the game comes out. I don't know why I'm watching this intro. I've seen this 1,000 times.
Ah, you found yourself a hunter.
I'll be honest though, I don't really know if this randomizer is gonna be very good for permadeath. We might be better off just like playing the rando just for fun. Oh boy. I don't think we can do wolf clip with this guy. Also, yeah, I feel like it's kind of stuttering a little bit. I guess I should probably have a timer as well. Title says permadeath? Yeah, because that's what I'm doing. Doesn't mean it's going to be good. Twin blood shards. Skipped an item before the gate. Yeah. Wait, can you... Coming down. You know, normally I don't pick this item up because it's bullets, but it's not bullets anymore. I should pick it up. Will I ever play fighting games? I'm not really interested in fighting games, to tell you the truth. Can I put a weapon into +4 already? No. Unfortunately, I think key item randomization doesn't work in there's like an option for it in the randomizer itself, but it's grayed out because I think the dev never actually fully implemented it. Which is kind of a shame because it would be nice if we could randomize key items. Wow, Bolt Hunter's marks are cheap as hell. Lower Loran root chalice. Wow, plus 1.5% bolt attack up. That's crazy. Alright, what do we got? Church pick, saw spear, and boom hammer. Church pick's kind of cool. The hunter's torch or the repeating pistol. We'll take the pistol. Hello, Tio. Wait, I need blood vials. Dude, I don't have any. I can buy one. That's not good. I mean, luckily the enemies are scaled down, I think. They don't even drop anything. Oh my god, dude. I'm thinking maybe... Maybe this is a bad idea, guys. I'm already out of vials. What did this lady drop? Something good? 897 from that. I need heals. Getting a lot of blood echoes from these enemies. Oh. Yeah, I could have gone back and bought more blood vials already. That's true. What the fuck is that? I'm slightly concerned. My God. Holy shit, dude. feel like 4K res might be a bit much. I think I gotta lower it because I don't know. Definitely like stuttering and lagging a bit more than I would like. Beast blood. Oh, beast blood pellet. I don't want that item. Might be from the shaders. Yeah. I mean, I did reset my graphics drivers, so I mean, it could be because of shaders. What the? Who the hell is that? The church pick is pretty good for this, man. It has some reach. Nobody's dropping fucking bullets, though. Or everybody's dropping bullets. Sorry, nobody's dropping blood vials. My brain don't work so good. Oh, what the heck? I thought I could like go back in that pathway. Why is this stuff invisible? Yeah, the lag's kind of annoying. Why are enemies invisible? Oh no. Oh, this is really not good, guys. We may have some issues. Not the rando that's... I don't think it's the rando that's having the issue here, to be honest. Hold on, let me... You need the mods. Thanks for backseating when you have no idea what you're talking about. Alright, hold on. I'm gonna lower my resolution. Yeah, I can turn up the game if it's too quiet. Yeah, it seems like it's running a lot better now that it's on 1440p. I don't know why the game is like so quiet. It should be better. Dude, we already have so many souls. Sorry, blood echoes. Well, seems like it's loading and fine now.
This is a man.
You can choose weapons like in the normal game. Wet nurse. Luckily, the enemies are scaled. I don't know if there's a way to turn off the boss scaling or not. Again, the Bloodborne rando's kind of like... It's kind of like limited in terms of options. Does this actually work? Or is it just like... I feel like it might not work properly. You missed the cleric beast screams? Yeah. 72,000? You know what? And it's still... Oh, okay. Well... Time to get OP, I guess. I don't think the bosses are going to be the hard part about this randomizer, honestly. Code Vein 2 isn't out yet. It's not out. Can't play a game that's not out.
Hello, good hunter.
Wow, we actually have... The drip is ass. Wow, how dare you.
Hello, on YouTube. Very well.
Sure. Yeah, it takes a lot to level up in this game. You don't think I'll die on this run? Yeah, we'll see about that. I don't remember if I turned on the easy bosses or not. This randomizer, there's a few boss fights in this rando that are just basically RNG. Like if you get unlucky, you just lose. But there's options on the randomizer to make the bosses less bullshit. Yeah, winter lanterns are also... I feel like I'm more likely to die. I'm not really too worried about dying to bosses, to be honest. I'm more worried about dying to, like, enemies trying to run through, like, an area or something. The enemies are gonna do oh, nice. The enemies are gonna do a ton of damage when we get into the late game areas. Holy lag, dude. Is that the brain? Having the scaling on the enemies. I don't know. We might have to like mess with the options for this game. I don't know if Bloodborne is necessarily the best. Oh my god. Okay. I'm not gonna wake those guys up. Actually, they probably don't have that much health though. Hey, buddy. I think he's glitched out because I'm pretty sure the AI of these guys activates when you loot the quicksilver bullets there, or like when you get close enough to them. I don't know. It seems like they're still kind of glitchy. Well, maybe not. I guess their AI is really passive. We already have 10 beast blood pellets. Is it possible to get key items from dungeons? No. I don't even know if you can randomize key items in this mod. Not 100% sure. Why are there invisible enemies again? I feel like sometimes... Like, I'm almost certain if I reload, that'll fix it. Also, I'm pretty sure... I thought I had intro skip. Hold on. Could have sworn I had intro skip enabled. If I quit out, I don't want to have to see this every time. Oh. Okay. There we go. Oh, was it too loud or something, chat? What? What do you mean? Father Gascoigne is Father Gascoigne? Well, he's phase 2 Gascoigne, I guess. I probably shouldn't have used a pellet here. I don't really need to do that.
What's that smell?
Oh my god. Maria. He doesn't do shit for damage. Kinda OP. 39,000. Oh, what? Scaling is so off. I mean, it really isn't. The thing about Bloodborne is like you could do no scaling. Well, actually, I don't know if you can do no scaling with this rando. I don't know. This rando's like, I hope somebody comes along and makes, like, improves the randomizer for this game, because it's a little, it could definitely use a bit of work, but I mean, it's like a miracle we even have a rando for this game in the first place. And funny enough, the randomizer for this game was made before emulation was a thing. It was made just for people who could, like, jailbreak their consoles, but this rando's like 6 years old or something. Cosmic Eye Watcher badge. The one thing that I would like is if there were randomized key items. I believe the key items are in the same spot as usual. There isn't many key items that you need in this game, though. I mean, what key items do you even need? I think there's only like 2 total. Well, actually, I guess there's more than that. You need the umbilical cords, I suppose. Well, actually, I guess there's a bit more key items than I realize. Because yeah, you need the letter to Canehurst, you need the DLC key, you need the 3 chords, you need the Upper Cathedral Ward key, and then I think there's one more that I'm forgetting. You need the elevator, the lift key, or the skull for the DLC. I think there's 7 items that you need randoed. Bergenworth key to fight Rom. Yeah, I mean, unless you just do the skip. The skip is not very hard, so. You don't need the tonsil stone for anything. Oh yeah, I guess you need the astral clock tower key too from Maria. I guess there's more key items than I thought then. Oh god. How do you go to Nightmare Frontier without tonsil stone? You beat One Reborn. Are these lizards randomized? 4 bullets. Like how I stabbed that guy in the back and he didn't even care. Isn't there a chest down here? I never come down here. Oh yeah. Beautiful. Man, it's a shame this door could never be opened. Someone modded this shortcut back, but they never released it. It would have been so nice if you could choose to kill Gascoigne or Cleric Beast to progress forward. It's a shame that this door was not an actual pathway. I don't know why I'm killing this guy. My dress is looking a little messed up. Hey, Jockey B, thank you for the 14 months. Skolor to Blasphemy, thank you for the 34. Niarlothotep, thank you for the 16 months. Yeah, I'm not sure if I can just run from boss to boss, or if I actually need to loot items. I'm making it look easy. I mean, the Bloodborne like the thing about Bloodborne is that it's, I feel like it doesn't, a rando for this game, I mean it's still cool to be able to rando this game, but it's not as there's just not as many like things that you need in Bloodborne. Like all you need in Bloodborne is a good weapon and you're basically just good to go. Whereas in Elden Ring, you know, you need, like, you want good talismans, you want, you know, whetstone knives to unlock infusions, you want certain Ash of Wars, and there's also, like, way more weapons and just things in, like, Elden Ring.
Oh, beg pardon. You may call me
Flask upgrades, yeah.
Protege of Master Ligarius.
There's just way more things that you want to find in, like, Elden Ring. And same with Dark Souls 3 and Dark Souls 2. Dark Souls 2 had like what 30 or 40 different key items that we wanted to find.
Oh, very good.
I just thought I would play some Bloodborne today for a bit, just because I didn't really know what else to do. I don't know if this Bloodborne rando is going to be like a thing I do that often. Thought it would be fun to try it out though. Yeah, I mean, I have the deluxe edition for Code Vein. The game doesn't come out until 5 o'clock tonight. There's a wolf here. High guard is out. Hog, dude. That's so exciting. Is High Guard in it's not an extraction shooter, is it? What's up, Aziz? Isn't it like Overwatch? Yeah, we've killed 2 bosses.
You there? Hunter! Didn't you see the warning? Turn back.
High equals over, guard equals watch. It's kind of funny that high guard and Overwatch are kind of synonyms. Do the skip. No. Am I excited for RE9? What is that? Never heard of that game before. One bloodstone shard. Once we get a high level weapon, we're just, I don't know, we're just gonna like fucking destroy everything.
You are a skilled hunter. Adept. Merciless.
Holy shit, I'm lagging so badly. What the fuck? Coming through. I do wonder if it's if this lag is because of compiling shaders, or if it's just because the rando. I mean, it could be a bit of both, I guess. I don't know. Oh God. Dude, who's summoning the snakes? Is there fucking Shadows of Yarn in here? I mean, I imagine if I turn off the rando, it won't lag anymore. Wait, is it? It's not this guy. Is this snake gonna be spawning on me like the entire time? Yeah, they normally only summon the snakes at a lower HP. I guess it's just an enemy that can be randomized. What happened to this loot? What? There's supposed to be loot here. Hello? I can break it myself. Damn, man, it's tanky. No way. Dude, this follow-up on the church pick is kind of nice. I have so many blood echoes, I need to spend them. I remember, is there another item up here? Oh yeah. Are key items randomized? No, I don't think the randomizer has an option for key item rando. It was like in development, but then the mod creator never finished it, I think. Or maybe there is a way to turn it on. I don't know. It didn't even drop anything. Disable VSync. I could have sworn I already did that, but I don't know about the V-blink thing. Oh god. Blood-starved beast. She looks like she has a lot of blood. I wonder if her baby mechanic works here. Probably not. Oh wow, that did a lot of damage. Damn, dude. Oh, that's some big damage. Well, she's being very nice to me. Wait, do I have her in an AI loop? Oh, sorry.
I was very well.
Sure. The thing, I think the thing about the scaling is that when we get later into the game, the chance of us dying is going to be so high. Like, the early game is probably going to be easy, and the late game is going to be a pain in the ass. Kind of like I think the Elden Ring randomizer was kind of the same way. Nice dress, thank you. Let me see. Do I have VSync disabled in my settings? No. I guess I could change that. I'm not sure how to change V-blank though. Not sure what that is. Hmm. I don't know, my V-blank is set to 60 hertz. I'm not sure. I don't really see how increasing that would help. I'm just gonna boot up the game. I mean, it's been running okay for the most part. I don't know, putting it to 95 hertz just makes the game feel like really weird. I feel like the game's just running in like slightly faster than it's supposed to. I don't know if I like it. Feels really strange. I don't know. I'm gonna change this back. It just feels weird. Man, the stuttering is kind of annoying though. I guess it's just because I don't know. It could be because it's the first time I'm like I did reset my graphics drivers. I did like a clean install. I don't know. Maybe that's part of the problem. I'm really not sure. File blood register. Well, we got one of the cords. I guess the cords are in the same spot. Wait, what did this guy just drop? Did he drop the beast rune? Oh, he dropped the air rune? Feels so OP, dude. Holy shit, those guys gave so many souls. What the fuck? Who is that? This is the church pick. How many times I've died? No, it's how many bosses I've killed. How would that even make any sense? I've died, what, 3 out of 22 times? Why 22? Sorry, I just... I'm only allowed 22 attempts. Okay. Damn, dude. I almost freaking died there.
Let us pray, let us weep. partake in communion.
My game crashed. Okay. That's good. Crashes a lot in this cutscene.
Let us pray, let us wish to partake in communion.
I guess we'll skip the cut. Oh shit, it's Rom. You gonna do anything? Rom? Hello? I feel kind of bad. Sorry, Rom.
Master Willem, I've come to bid you farewell.
Oh, I know. You think now to betray me.
No, but you will never listen. I tell you, I will not forget our adage.
We are born of the blood, made men by the blood, undone by the blood. Our eyes are yet to open.
Fear the old blood. I must take my leave.
Hey, Cultured Ninja, Crocofella, Juho, Hustendal. Thank you guys for all the resubs.
Fear it, Lawrence.
I guess we can go to the Forbidden Woods. Ow. Dude, where is the... some of the items are just gone. There's supposed to be an item here. What's going on, man? Hunter's torch. So getting so many random gems that do, like, nothing. Gem effect name. Hmm. Oh, this one is 9.5% attack. The thing is, we don't have the... We don't have the blood gem tool. Gem name. What's a ruin? Wait, what?
Oh my, what a queer scent. But I'd take it over the stench of blood and beasts any day. What is it then? I'm off during hunts, so if that's what you're here for, I'll leave you to your own devices. If that doesn't do it, come back in the morning, darling.
Alright, let's go down to the shadows. What an ugly character. How dare you? I'm beautiful. I don't know where Alfred is. Aerial blade. Holy shit, this rat doing some damage. He's inside me. What the... Underground cell inner chamber key. What is this even for? This is for the DLC. I need 2 more bloodstone shards. It would be cool to see trick weapons make a return. It would be interesting if there was like a weapon class that was only like, obviously the whole game doesn't need to be only trick weapons. It'd be cool if there was. Oh my god. Oh my god. Ooh, nice. The workshop tool. Dude, enemies are getting tanky. Snake's coming back. Oh, what the f— oh my god. Yeah, my weapon's only +2, but I don't have enough. I don't have enough bloodstone shards. I need 2 more. I'm fucking dead. Oh, not the pig, man. Oh, fuck. I forgot how fucking the moment I saw that pig running at me, I was just like, oh god. I saw my life flash before my eyes. Alright, well. I know, I just got the workshop tool. That's the thing though, dude, I think the start of this randomizer is going to be really easy, but as you get into the later areas, it's going to become so much harder, because the enemies are just going to do so much damage, especially like in the DLC. Well, try again. Hold on, I gotta double check where. how I set this up before, because all right, this is gonna take me a sec to do this. All right. The thing is, I don't know. Okay, so here I can show you guys the randomizer itself too. So this is the randomizer. This is all the settings that you can do. Now you can see here there's a randomized key overworld items with logic, but I don't know. It's grayed out, and I guess it never got finished. I don't know. I can't select it. But yeah, so I was randomizing enemies, bosses, NPCs. I was including Chalice bosses, Chalice enemies. There is an option to make it so bosses can replace enemies, but the last time I tried to do it, it can cause crashing, can make the game unstable. I was thinking about putting this on, but the last time I tried it, the game didn't, or the randomizer didn't actually finish. It froze somehow. Yeah, you can set a chance that an enemy will be a boss. I mean, we could set it to 1%. We could try it, but I don't think it works. You can also randomize the melee movesets and the gun movesets. It's kind of fucking janky though. I mean, we could try it. It's kind of fucked. But we could try one run with it. You guys will see. It's really weird. I don't know. I'll turn it on, but the thing is, every time I have to re-roll the randomizer, I have to click all the options again. I don't know if there's a way to save the configuration for the rando. That's the most annoying thing. I don't know. It's it doesn't save your. The randomizer automatically closes when it's finished, so you can't keep the options and then do it multiple times in a row. So every time I boot up every time I have to re-roll the rando, I have to choose all these options again, which is just really annoying. There's probably maybe there's a way to keep the configuration. There is a runtime config file. Well, it's a JSON file. 7 boxes to check. Well, there's more stuff that I need to check as well. So the thing is, Shadows, Failures, Rom, and the Emissary, these fights are all completely and utterly fucked if you don't turn these options on. Shadows is literally just 3 bosses. It's 3 bosses that are all just gonna do full damage to you. They're just gonna fucking destroy you. I don't know. It's I mean, one of my randomizers, I got Ludwig, Moon Presence, and Orphan or something, or Abriatus. I don't know. It was fucking impossible. Or no, it might have been, I think it was Amygdala, Ludwig. It was phase 2 Amygdala, Ludwig, and then Actually, I don't know if amygdala is in different phases, but I think it was amygdala, Ludwig, and moon presence. It was horrible. I don't know. I feel like I kind of need to turn on these easy options. I mean, the boss fights aren't. It's just gonna be like if I wish it was like Dark Souls 2, where you know if there's 3 bosses, they at least scale the bosses down, but they don't. I might just turn on the easy settings. I'm just never going to get past shadows. Unless I get like something really easy, like Cleric Beast. I don't know what would be the easiest combo. Maybe like Cleric Beast, Gascoigne, and Bloodstarved Beast. But yeah, you can randomize the workshop tools. You can randomize non-key items. Randomize shop items, enemy drops. You can also randomize the gems and the runes, which is why I was getting like random gems and random rune effects. Oh yeah, and then you randomize the starting weapons. So yeah, I mean, these are all the options that I need to choose like each time. Definitely a bit of a pain. And then it might not even... Oh yeah, and then there's the chance an enemy will be a Chalice enemy. I think I set that to 10%. I just wish there was a way to make this, to make all these options. How do I make it so all these options are saved? Mikolash, Witch, and a single Celestial Emissary wouldn't be too bad. You say that, but what if Mikolash is just constantly spamming his like AoE magic attack? That shit will just one-shot you. Alright. Well, let's randomize it. Yeah, Call from Beyond. Let's see if it works, because I don't know. The last time I tried to replace enemies with bosses... Oh, it seems like it's working. Yeah, I don't know. It got stuck like halfway multiple times. Seems like it's working now, though. Wouldn't his damage be scaled down? Yeah, I don't know, man. When I did this randomizer before, Shadows fucking destroyed me. All right, so now I gotta copy all these files. Oh wait. Copy all these files to the rando folder, and now we are good to go. I'm using BB Launcher.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you can see the randomized melee movesets is kind of weird. Most people have trouble with Call from Beyond because they never equip arcane resistant armor. People have trouble with Call from Beyond because it can hit you multiple times in a row and just instantly kill you. It has nothing to do with your armor. I mean, I'm sure arcane resistant armor would help, but Call from Beyond has multiple hitboxes that can hit you at once. That's the reason why it one-shots you. Yeah, I don't know why the fists suddenly have swords in them. Like I said, it's kind of jank. Red jelly. Excuse me. Hey, Iron Keep Ganker, thank you for the 30 months. Oops. Let's see, what weapon are we gonna choose? Scythe, Rakuyo, or Cost Parasite? I'm gonna choose the Scythe. The Rose Marinus. Oh. What is even going on? What the fuck? This is so weird. Yeah, as you can see, the randomized melee movesets is a little janky. This thing fucking sucks, dude. What about the arrow? I don't really want to watch the new gameplay footage for RE9. I kind of want to just wait until the game comes out at this point. I don't really want to spoil myself. And more stuff. Did I try RE9? Oh god. No! Am I dead? Bro, I'm fucking dead already! No way, man. Oh my god. Maybe we just... I don't want to choose the rando settings again, man. I don't want to tick the boxes. Fuck. do it. Why doesn't it keep the fucking settings, man? They're gonna get stuck again. See, this is the problem. Sometimes it gets stuck when it's randomizing bosses, and I don't think it fixes itself. Can you link the rando? I mean, if you just look up Bloodborne randomizer, it'll be the first thing that appears. There's only one. Yeah, I don't know. It's just fucked. It's just not working for some reason. Sometimes it just does this. It just fails to fucking randomize. Yeah, see, I don't know. It's fucking annoying, man. I don't know. I mean, the last time we did it, it worked. I don't know why it sometimes just gets stuck. Do we want the random melee again? I don't know. I'll see, this time it worked. How is the mouse cursor so big? I think it's just just because the scaling of the window. All right. Yeah, as you can see, this is it's kind of tedious to re-roll this randomizer. I guess I just need to not die in fucking 30 seconds. A female male. Even if you change to female, your face data is still the same. The fucking vertex explosion fix. See, it's weird because my fists look like amygdalin arm now, but they don't have the moveset of the amygdalin arm. It's still the normal fist moveset, so I don't know why the fists, like, it's so, I don't know why they, I don't know why it looks like this. The dog died. Oh, 20k right off the rip? I was spamming the grab tech when the alien guy grabbed me. Whoa! Holy shit! That's a good gem. No, I don't want to die! Not again! No. The death? What do you mean that's a death? I didn't die. It's the weapon that got the fist moveset? Yeah, maybe. I didn't even quit out! I used the hunter's mark. Jesus Christ. Oh, fuck. I hate this. Oh my god, please, just, I want to just go up the ladder, dude. I don't have heals, man. This is the only way to get my health back. Come over here, you fucking freak. Look at how fast he is, dude. Dude, I don't want to die. I don't want to have to re-roll the fucking rando again. Just kill him. What? With what? My fist? Hey, Veritiv, thank you for the 3 months. I mean, I don't even know what's gonna be... Sure, let's grab the amygdalin arm. Let's see, maybe it has the fist move set. Wow, we have 2 cannons. Alright, I guess I'll take a cannon. It's not even a cannon, though. It's a... fucking... It has the saw cleaver transform attack. I think. Gotta turn it off. I mean, it's kind of nice having a random move set, though. Oh, wait. Oh, it's still... Oh, oopsies. The permadeath seems a bit tedious. Yeah, I mean, we'll see. We'll try it. Doesn't randomize movesets, just the model and the hitbox. Yeah, I guess you're right. Because this is actually the amygdalin arm moveset. Well, we'll just roll with it for now, but I'll turn it off next time. Fine, we'll probably die soon, surely. This damage is terrible. Through everybody. Pretty sure I have the stats. I think the randomizer makes all the weapons have like lower stat requirements so you can actually use them. Oh, another cold blood though. Dude, what is this fucking damage, bruh? My fucking weapon's terrible. What the fuck is that? Dude, what the fuck is that? He's blocking the gate. Oh no. Oh, jeez. Red spiders don't do that much damage. Maybe we should just go to Gascoigne. I don't know. Oh, I have Madman's knowledge. Wait, what? Didn't I just... Oh my god, wait. Fucking use it, dude. What the hell is that? Talk to the guy in the window for the item. I don't think he gives us anything until we kill Gascoigne.
What?
Very well, then.
Did I kill Gascoigne? I don't think so.
Farewell.
Oops. Wait, why does it take 5 to upgrade it to... What? What do you fucking mean? Why does it take 5? This weapon is giga mega ass. Yeah. Yeah, the random melee movesets was a mistake. Maybe I can fit through his butt. Come on. Dude, fucking hell, this is horrible. I do 12 damage. I should have bought... Use cannon. Nice, that was good cannon. Fuck, dude, Jesus! Oh wait, is he getting out? Fuck this place. Oh, what is that? Oh god, it's one of them big guys. He's waiting. Excuse me, coming through. Oh, that hit me. Hey, Bob the Ape and 2 Beats, thank you guys for the resubs. Also, let me turn my resub sounds back on. I turned them off yesterday for the sponsor. What the? Dude, you're missing. Why the fuck is this guy coming down, dude? Grab it and go. Well, this is not nearly as nice as the last. Oh, God. It's fine. He's scaled down. Dude, my fucking weapon is fucking ass. Why is it so fucking bad, dude? Maybe the riposte will probably still do it. Dude, it's not, it doesn't do anything. What do you mean? Huge. Maybe fist is better. Come on, jump. Bro, why don't I do damage with my riposts?
What's that smell? The sweet blood. Oh, it sings to me. It's enough to make a man sick.
Honestly, just fucking kill me. What is going on?
Too low to show your true face, eh?
Just kill me. All right, we're gonna re-roll the rando and turn off the randomized melee moveset because it is awful. All right, I should have changed the file size. Okay. Don't think I'm gonna try high guard. I was a bit quicker this time. Alright, hold on. I'm gonna go use the restroom. I will be right back, chat.
Good. All signed and sealed. Now, let's begin the transfusion. Oh, don't you worry. Whatever happens, you may think it all a mere bad dream.
Alright, I'm back.
Ah, you found yourself a hunter.
Alright. Yeah, how is high guard, chat? Is it Pog? Oh. Oh. That's a good gem. And we have some blood vials. Yo, Pogrhythmic, thank you so much for the 51 months. Moonlight Sword chat?
Oh, very good. Very good indeed.
Piercing rifle. All right. Oh! Now that's some damage. Nice. Yeah, the randomized moveset is kind of fucked. Can I parry him? Do my riposte work? Oh my god, they do. Falling damage reduced 50%. Oh, hell yeah. My R2 should do way more damage.
Elden Ring. Oh, Elden Ring.
And the R2 on this weapon is so good. You know, I thought I would end up with a max upgrade weapon like really quickly in this rando, but getting 16 shards, like that's actually a lot that you have to get. Do I have to switch weapons? Not necessarily. I like the random gems. So quiet. Worm on the ground. Dude, this fucking combo. I'm getting fucked. Some sweaty clothes. Mmm. Considering enemies drop random items, I feel like it's pretty worth. Definitely best to go untransformed for these enemies. I think it's definitely worth killing enemies because you can get a lot of like upgrade materials and I don't know, you just get a lot of good stuff from killing enemies. Ooh, the scythe. Oh, we don't have enough skill to use this. What is that? Oh no. Oh, I think there's a oh, that's kind of scary. It's trying to. There is a Pontiff sword generator. Or not Pontiff, sorry, Logarius. I don't know why they remind me similar. Okay. Oh, 2 bloodstone shards. Nice. Again? God, my damage is fucking terrible. Charge R2 spam, I guess. Wait, what? Already? Well, at least it doesn't work. At least I don't think it does. Dude, the charge R2 is so strong. $72,000 again. Well, now I'm rich.
Hello, good on and eat. Farewell, good hunt.
Oh. The Rose Marinus. Wait, I can buy Bloodstone Shard? That's nice. They probably sell for more than they cost, but I don't really want to abuse that. No, I don't have a high guard sponsor.
Welcome home. What? Very well.
I mean, I would just get Mac. I could get like. It's just kind of defeats the point. Kind of like actually being able to level up, you know, by playing the game. It's kind of fun. Right.
Welcome. What? Very well.
I don't know if it's a free run, but yeah, I'm not trying to like abuse the shop. How the shop works. I should probably just get a lot of health though. It really is so easy to die. Can't buy normal Molotovs though. Hello, Vegapunk.
Elden Ring. Elden Ring.
Oh God. Luckily, these swords are pretty weak. Because we're in an early area. Oh no, not again. Wait, where's the pig? Oh. Sound gave me PTSD. Why don't you remember that sword enemy? Because it's an attack that Pontiff does. Sorry, I keep calling him Pontiff. It's an attack that Logarius does, sorry. Dude, look how much that he could have killed me there. He actually could have just killed me there, that pig. Oh my God. These are kind of good, though.
What's that smell? The sweet blood. Oh. sings to me. It's enough to make a man sick.
Oh shit! Holy damage! You're fucked. The old hunter bone. I think my game crashed. That's fine. Luckily, it's really fast to reboot. Have I done rando in DS1? No, I actually haven't really done much DS1 rando. Could be fun to try that. Osbeer. Yeah, quitouts were banned at some point. 20% rally potential. It was really toxic though. What the hell is that? Oh, it's the crow dog. Oh no.
You're a beast hunter, aren't you? I knew it. That's precisely how I started out. Oh, beg pardon. You may call me Alfred, protege of Master Ligarius, hunter of vile bloods. So,
Well, quitouts used to be
what say
banned
you?
in Bloodborne
Our prey might
speedruns.
differ, but we are hunters.
I don't
the
actually
both
know
of us.
why they were banned. I think it's just
Why not
because they took so
cooperate?
long to do.
Discuss the things we've
It took so
learned.
long to do quitouts, but over time it became better because of like they released several patches that improved loading times in the game, and then on top of that, people started getting like SSDs. So and on top of that, there was the worst part about the fact that quitouts were banned was that eventually, most of you guys probably don't. Well, actually, maybe a good amount of you know about the skip. The sewer skip, the one where you like jump on the railing and then you run along the railing to get to Gascoigne. That skip, you could actually do it without quitting out, but you had to do like a pixel perfect plunge attack on the railing, and it basically just made you reset like 90% of your runs. It was fucking horrible.
Oh, very good. Very good indeed. Take
But
this.
the skip is
to
so
set-
easy if you just do a quit out, so. Worse than wolf skip? Well, wolf skip is RNG. I wish that for Elden Ring they banned quitting out on like doors and I don't know. You do so much like abuse in Elden Ring to save like a second or two here and there, but it's just kind of tedious. I mean, that's why I banned quitouts in my DLC bounty, which I think made the bounty way, like, I think it made it a lot better to watch. Well, the thing is, I mean, I'm pretty sure people were quitting out like 30 plus times in the Ruin level 1 bounty in the run, and it was just like, this is horrible. Upgrade weapon. Yeah. How many I like that you can get random ruin effects. It actually would have been cool if Bloodborne had like ruins that if you could get like randomized runes from the Chalice dungeons or just in the game in general. I like that Bloodborne actually has an end game, which is Chalice dungeon. I mean, a lot of people might not like the end game, but Chalice dungeon farming and like getting optimized, you know, going for like the best gems and stuff is, I mean, you can actually work towards. Which is nice because in Elden Ring, once you have a plus 10, like once you have a plus 10 or a plus 25 weapon, you're basically just at max power already. I mean, talismans can still affect it, and obviously your level ups. Dude, that pig is going crazy up there. Jeez.
Oh, sniffing.
I need to find the blood gem tool. The thing is, it could be anywhere. It could be like any of the items. So, I mean, I could have missed it already. Even. No, not again, dude.
Welcome home, Ashen One.
Dude, holy shit, these pigs are like fucking menace. This is a weak pig too. Imagine, dude, if that was a pig in like a late game area, I would just be dead. That is not okay. I have not seen any winter lanterns yet, no. I mean, I assume they can be randomized, but I have not seen any. The fuck is that? I love weapons with the R2 follow-ups. Doing charge R2 follow-ups is so satisfying in this game. Is there any items up here? There's one. They're Chalice enemies in base game. Like in the randomizer, or what do you mean? Because the randomizer, you can set it to. There's a 10% chance that an enemy is a Chalice enemy in this rando. I don't know. I could set it higher. I'm not really sure. Weird that the lizards sometimes don't drop anything. Some of the Chalice enemies are kind of fucked up. Damn it. There's an Expedition 33 rando. Yeah. The thing about Expedition 33 rando is I feel like you're just, I mean, at least if you're gonna do permadeath, you're probably, oh god, no. Holy shit. Anyways, as I was saying, I think permadeath rando in Expedition 33 is just probably not that fun unless you know the bosses and the movesets of enemies really well. Because like Expedition 33 is not like you just know how to parry the attacks or you don't. Oh? Dude, what's up with all the pigs, man? Five shining coins. Is there an item on the left side as well? I don't think so. Oh, no, there is. Oh my god. Good thing I checked. Oh, Jesus. Man is tanky. I don't know why he's so miscolored. Oh my god, I'm so bad. Oh my god, I almost just died. Jesus Christ. Oh, I'm so bad. Okay, focus. Why am I fucking locked onto him? Doing too. Oh, is that actually gonna? No. No way, dude. charge R2 is better than taking repose? It depends. If your weapon has a charge R2 follow-up, it's better. Really? Dude, oh my god. Having a rough time here, guys. I don't know if I would get one shot. I mean, I have 30 vid, but I'm pretty sure the damage is scaled, yeah. Because he would be doing a lot. He would be doing a lot more if he was in the DLC. That was not my best. You know, I really don't know how to fight Phase 2 Orphan that well. Like, I never really learned how to fight him super well in Phase 2. In Phase, because the thing is, in the speedrun, you basically... Well, I think in the speedrun you just like perma AI break him now, but in a good speedrun fight, when you actually used to fight him, you would basically just kill him instantly at the start of Phase 2 most of the time. Oh shit, you're right, I didn't grab the item behind the altar. Well, 18% up. Not bad. Rapid poison 0.4, yes. That is just what I need.
I must have drifted.
Hold on, I'm gonna buy some more rope cocktails. Where's my fucking rope cocktails? What? Ooh, Canehurst armor.
I'm what? Very well.
Elden Ring. Oh, Elden Ring.
Farewell.
All right. And the Canehurst armor looks pretty good. Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna bother with the item behind the altar. If I need to go back there, I will. The thing is, the only items we really need to find are the blood gem tool and the ruin workshop tool. Code Vein is not out yet. It's not out for like 3 more hours. And apparently I don't think I can start my sponsored stream until 6 o'clock, so... I don't know if I'm gonna start Code Vein 2 today or not. It's gonna be kind of late. I'm not sure why why I can't start until 6 when the game's coming out at 5, but... It's whatever, I guess. So I have backseaters? Amazing. What? Good old gem name. It is cool getting completely random gems, though. Any other item along here? Are key items still in their normal places? Yeah. Unfortunately, there's no key item randomization in this. Or at least, I don't know. It's weird because... 30% falling damage reduced. The randomizer has an option to randomize the key items, but it's like grayed out. So I don't know if it was like an experimental thing or if it just never got finished, but he added the option to the randomizer itself for some reason. I really don't know. Will I play Neo 3? Yeah, I plan on it. The Woods password is a key item. I don't think so. I mean, if a modder wanted to, he probably could make it somehow. Like a key item. I mean, who knows? Who knows how From Software coded it? I mean, I think I understand what you're saying. Like maybe it's like an invisible key item in your inventory or something that they check. Could be just a flag that gets triggered though. Yeah, probably when you watch the cutscene. I mean, I guess the mod creator could make an item that activates like the flag. Oops. Item that just triggers the cutscene, yeah. Oh god, it's this enemy. How's the RE4 rando been going, by the way, Blanks? We don't have any beast blood pellets, do we? We got so lucky the other run. We found like 10 beast blood pellets right at the beginning. Can I use fire paper on the No. God dang it. Yeah. The rando gets difficult when you get Ashley. I don't know, it's so easy for Ashley to die. Especially if there's like Garradors. Oh right, I probably shouldn't, I don't know why I'm watching this cutscene, it's probably gonna crash, but... Oh gosh. This enemy can do a lot of fucking damage. I wonder if I can pop its thing. Not sure. Oh. What the fuck is that? I didn't know he lights his hand on fire. My favorite randomizer so far? It's hard to say.
Master Willem, I've come to bid you farewell.
It's funny how Elden Ring, being as big of a game as it is, has almost like no key items that you need for the run.
No.
Unless you activate like needing the Grey Ruins to beat the game.
I will not forget our adage.
Elden Ring has like fucking 2 key items.
We are born of the blood, made men by the blood, undone by the blood. Our eyes are yet to open.
Fear the old blood. I must take my leave.
PS3 has the best key item randomization. I feel like Dark Souls 2 is the best.
By the gods.
Dark Souls 2 has so many important key items. Yeah, I could see Dark Souls. I mean, Dark Souls 3 is decent as well. This game actually has like 8 or 9 different key items. I didn't think it had that many, but it does. It does actually have like 8 or 9 different key items. It's just they're not. This randomizer doesn't actually randomize them.
Very well.
Early DLC. I mean, yeah, we could go to the DLC. Kind of scary though.
Farewell.
Still have to explore the world, but you're not forced to check out most things. I don't know. Elden Ring Randomizer, I feel like you just run around and check all the merchants because the merchants have so many items in their shop that like that's the best strategy for the rando is to just run around to merchants, which I don't know. I kind of wish it wasn't like that. I like Elden Ring rando, yeah, and the graveyards. It's just wait, where am I going? I do wish there was just more progression gating in Elden Ring. I know why that they made it the way they did. Like, they wanted people to be able to explore if they got stuck in a section. Which makes sense. It's just, I do really wish sometimes that the game had more, like, forced fights. It's crazy to think that an all remembrances run with DLC of Elden Ring is like less bosses fought than like a Dark Souls 3 all bosses run. And it's like twice as long. They wanted normies to have fun. I mean, it's not like the Souls games are that hard. Like, you don't need to be a fucking giga gamer to like beat a Souls game. Those games are actually pretty easy. I don't know, people like to act like they're super difficult games, but I mean, your very first playthrough of a Souls game is the one that's going to be the hardest. Are you sure you want to say that? I mean, it's true though. I didn't say that they're easy necessarily. You just did? Oh my god, okay, I need to focus.
You print money. I like money.
I think one of the most important things in a Souls game is just making sure to upgrade your weapon and leveling your health a lot. If you do those two things, you'll have a pretty easy time, truly. What's a hard game? A truly difficult game. I don't know. I mean, yeah. Boshi is a pretty hard game. I mean, games that are literally meant to, like, be bullshit and very... most games are never going to be super difficult. That's not to say that there aren't that, but, like... if you make a game too difficult, you're not gonna get a very big fan base. Neo games are difficult. See, you say that, but then Neo has some of the most broken builds that just trivialize. It's like this. That's the thing about Elden Ring, right? Is that there's so many builds and things that are just so fucking overpowered. They just trivialize so much of the game, and so many games have that. Like Neo 1. In Neo 1, if you spammed Sloth and all, like, the super OP magic, and you use I mean, you have there's, like, scrolls that give you cheat death. There's so many scrolls that give you, like, insane damage reduction. There's so many really, really strong tools at your disposal in Neo. I think, like, a really difficult game is where it doesn't matter. Like, you just have to get good. And I guess that's kind of why Sekiro is tough for some people, but I mean, even Sekiro has the Mortal Blade. You just spam Mortal Draw. in Sekiro, you just fucking destroy everything. Silksong is difficult, but it also has... if you get the fully upgraded tools and you spam them, you can destroy some of the bosses in Silksong. In Neo 2, you have the feathers. The feathers are super OP. You can kill most of the bosses by just spamming feathers. In Neo 2. And I'm sure Neo 3 will probably have similar things. Oh god. Fucking pig. You can kill bosses by throwing rocks in Neo. I remember watching Sanso. He made a build where he would just throw pebbles at bosses and just kill them in like 2 hits. Yeah, on the topic of difficulty, I think games where you don't have these tools to make the game easier, those are the type of games that are like really difficult, where it's just a matter of, it's just like, get good. The fuck? Forgot he was supposed to die. I don't know, I kind of want to try Darkest Dungeon 1. I've never played it before. I know Ella was struggling with it. The game seems really long, though. Whoa. You don't think I would like it? Yeah, you said that. know. Oh God. Dude, fucking let me out of here. Holy shit, I thought I was gonna die. That was not good, guys. Why am I even going here right now, really? Thought there was an item in there. Yeah, there's a lot of new games releasing. Hey, Covenant of Souls, thank you for the 100 months. Thank you, man. And Ard Reina, thank you for the 5 months. I think... Oh, we have enough twin shards to upgrade to +8? Darkest Dungeon is fun to watch. It's just a frustrating game. I see. Gotta play High Guard? Yeah, looks great.
Oh, very good. Very good indeed.
He's helping me. Thanks, man.
Oh, majestic!
Is High Guard poggers, chat? Are you loving it? It's the best.
My name is Jabba.
Yeah, I'm gonna play Code Vein too. Oh. Wait, is there 2? Bro is just... He's just going crazy. God, this double R2 combo is so OP. Oh, shit.
Majestic!
Can you actually backstab her, I wonder? Why is this fucking bozo not dead? fucking buffing up. And she's invisible. And Bloodstarved Beast is coming. Dude. What the fuck? Good damage. Damn. I don't know where Bloodstarved Beast is going.
You print money. I like money.
Dude, I can't. Oh my god, I'm getting fucked! Good thing Bloodstarved Beast is just doing his own thing. He's sitting. BSB, it's time to die. Alright. Oh, that's a new PB.
Oh, very good. Very good indeed.
Oh, that's not... not what I'm supposed to turn on. Gem name. Hey, UWAS, thank you for the 70 months. Rixana, thank you for the 19 months, man. Also, holy crap, there's been so many resubs. Maysox, thank you for the 56 months. Covenant of Souls, thank you for the 100 months. Ardreina, thank you again for the 5 months. Fran, thank you for the 20 months. Mr. No Skill, Galron, Hubbard, Razios, Demi Portion, My Michelle. Thank you guys for all the subs. I already thanked you. Well, you get 2 thank yous, alright?
Fuck off! Fucking hell! Fuck!
I'm so used to thanking people for subs, it's... What the hell's... Why is this guy's weapon so blue? Oh, I'm turning purple. would like to find the Ruined Workshop tool. It could be on any item, though. Well, yeah, the thing about using the
Oh.
like here, I'll show you, right? If I do a charge R2 here, it's 325. If I do a charge R2, the arcane 238. I mean, we could, I don't know. I probably should have just leveled up arcane because the arcane form's cooler. But honestly, I mean, yeah, I guess the charge R2 on this one's alright. It's just annoying because it uses your bullets. I feel like the melee form of the Moonlight Sword is actually better. Might be wrong about that, though. Missed pickup. What do you mean? You sure? In the rat? What? Guys, you're trying to get me to go pick up some fucking pebbles or something. I don't know. To the left. Oh. I guess having a range projectile is kind of useful, though. Well, I guess we can upgrade our arcane as well. You literally have guns. Yeah, but the guns don't do that much damage. We should also go back and upgrade our... We should upgrade our weapon a bit more. Is there anything up here? Oh no. More chunks? Never realized there's a ladder there. Yeah, I was actually just thinking about that. Oh, I thought my game was gonna crash.
Beast hunting is a sacred practice. May the good blood guide your way.
Thanks. Oh, what the heck is that gem? It looks so it looks so cool. 27% blood attack. Not even a gem, it's a rune.
That path.
An awesome choice, stranger.
Why are some of the items just missing? It's so strange. It's not even a gem. It's a rune. But 27% blood attack up.
Majestic!
Randomized gun melee movesets. Oh. Thank you for the 2-month resub.
I would very willingly. Farewell.
Getting some arcane, I'm doing it. I know, the randomized melee and gun movesets are not... They're just really weird. Oh yeah, I was gonna upgrade my weapon. That's literally the whole reason I went back, and now I'm gonna die. That's great. Jesus, man. Holy crap, dude. I need more health, man. Yeah, thank you for the 2 months, Hex. Are there any better any gems I can put in? I mean, 20% visceral attack's not bad. Blunt attack up. Oh, I think I have an arcane gem. If I can't remember if you add bolt, does that like... I remember there being something where adding another element actually is like a bad thing, but I guess we can try it. Oh my god. Oh, it's fine. Whatever. Yeah, you really like that emote, don't you? Where did that bug guy go? Remove that emote now. Yeah, I honestly was just gonna have the emote on for one day. The rally of this, the untricked or the tricked form is pretty good though. I'm getting so many blood vials. Man, so many enemies. Like every enemy just drops something. I wonder what the most dangerous enemy in this rando is. Probably the pigs, like, actually, though. Yeah, the L2 is good. It's a little slow, though. Yeah, I guess brain ladies. I don't know if the winter lanterns are in this. I mean, they should be. I think. Yeah, we should do a challenge, run a Bloodborne. Every enemy is winter lantern. That would actually be fucking horrible. What the fuck? Snake? Oh my god. Dude. This enemy is so fucking bullshit. I'm scared, chat. There's 8 winter lanterns throughout the game. They rarely spawn in the randomizer. Is that how it works? Like it's based on the amount of the enemy that's in the game? Because I mean, maybe that is how it works. I actually don't know. Why so many pigs? Yeah, exactly. I mean, I don't feel like there's that many pigs in the rando. Or in the base game. Guy's fucking blow darting me. I'm still not even sure what this, like, this blow dart even does. I think it makes the ghosts, like, attack you or something. This feels so inconsequential. You know, we also, what did we set it to? 1% chance that a enemy becomes a boss? I don't think we've seen anything yet, though. Up it to 50%. I'm pretty sure I increased the file size limit of the enemies. Maybe I didn't increase it enough, though. Forgot to increase it for this iteration. Oh, maybe I did. You have to tick boxes to specify which maps, areas, enemies could be. You know what? I think you might be right. One bold hunter's mark. Our first one we found. Oh my god.
Holy shit, this is so hot.
Kinda scary. Ooh. I like the executioner garb. Looks nice. Oh no. This is not good. Bro! No! Why is there so many of this fucking enemy here? Okay. I'm dead. I should have just attacked the fucking spiders. Dude. Oh, I didn't know there was a fucking fence there, bro. I got stuck on the fence, man. Let's go see what the shadows was anyways. Dude, the scaling just gets fucking crazy. Like, these enemies are starting to fucking destroy me. Maybe we should just try to run through the area, man. I got stuck on this fucking little fence right there. I don't think more HP would have really helped me there. Dude, those Chalice dungeon spiders are actually fucking menaces. Yeah, I don't know what Easy Shadows does. I guess it's just one boss. Oh, I think it's... Jesus. I think it's one boss at a time. One boss and 2 random enemies. Oh, maybe. I don't know. Well, rip our run, chat. It's Jover. Two little baby enemies. Yeah. More checkboxes to do. Do hard shadows. I mean, I'm just never gonna beat. I'm just never gonna get past the shadows if I do that, man. Oh, I'm okay.
Oh, yeah. Pale blood.
Maybe we should level up more HP, chat. All right. I will be right back. What's the difference between easy and hard shadows? If you don't turn on easy shadows, then all three of the bosses can be anything.
All signed and sealed.
So you might have to fight like Abratus and Ludwig and I don't know, fucking Orphan at the same time.
Don't you worry.
You basically just lose.
Whatever happens, you may think it all a mere bad dream.
There's just not really anything you could do. You just die if you get unlucky. What's the point of fighting trash enemies for the rando? Because if I wasn't killing anything, my weapon would still be at +2 or +1. Well, actually, that's not true. It would have been at +3 because I was able to buy bloodstone shards, but if I don't kill stuff, I'm not going to get upgrade materials. I'm not going to get gems, so... yeah. Alright. I will be right back.
Ah, you found yourself a hunter.
I guess my game crashed. Is it gonna crash again? Oh no, it's fine. I feel like this randomizer starts out really easy, but by the end it's like horrifying. What killed me? 2 spiders pinned me against the wall and killed me in like 2 hits. Hey, we have a madman's knowledge already. That's good. That means the dog. Honestly, maybe we should just pump like more HP. Coins. Also, Milo, thank you so much for the 57 months. Thank you, Milo. Any leveling will help. I mean, it's not like I'm not leveling my character. I'm leveling as much as I can. Rider polish, I guess. Pistol. Let's see, what can we buy? Bloodstone shards? Nope. A lot of the time you can sell the armor. Yeah, we're just gonna do that, get some free level ups. Wait, why is she not... Why is she not awake? I guess the first time you visit the dream, she could just never be awake, even if you have the knowledge ahead of time.
Very well.
No Neo today. Some of you guys don't, like, do you even think before... Neo's not even out. What do you mean no? What do you mean no Neo today?
Farewell.
He meant Neo 1, but why would he be talking about Neo 1?
Very well.
I assume he's talking about Code Vein 2, but Code Vein 2 also isn't even out yet.
Fair.
Bruh. Holy shit. I'm gonna go. Oh no. No. I'm sorry. Do I plan on replaying Neo 1 and 2 before 3 come out? Probably not. I mean, we'll see. I don't know if I'm gonna have time to do that. If 3 comes out, oh no. 3 comes out in 10 days. Yeah. It's just, I mean, assuming Code Vein 2 is good, I'll probably be busy with that for a little while. I don't know if I would have time to do Neo 1 or 2. Maybe I would, but probably not. What the fuck is going on, dude? This thing is like came flying in. Just so. Yeah, I have the Vertex fix installed. I don't know why the graphics bug like that. I don't know, man. I'm gonna run. That's a fucking living failure right there. Damn, bros. How do you even fit through the doorway? Whoa! Damn, that's got a big AoE. Dude, holy shit. Maybe I guess it seems like it radiates outward. Oh, we got her now. Got her with the AI loop. Thought Vertex wasn't needed anymore. I don't know. Maybe not. Eyeball is following me. Why is it so green here? Oh, because this guy's lantern. Kind of pretty. That is a big stick. God damn. What's the point of coming into my chat and trying to rage bait? That is a question I will never be able to answer. Oh god. I'm not going in there. What if What if the blood gem tool is there? Holy fuck, dude. Okay. Should probably use parries more often. I really do not like parry with the gun very often. Even though it is strong, it's just not really worth it. Like speedrunning most of the time. Used to be a Moonlight Greatsword stream. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry, I failed. I'm back. Hey buddy, just gonna come grab this, don't mind me. Oh god. Can I use fire paper? I can. I think I killed it. Have we found any gems yet? Ding ding. You didn't drop shit. Dude, oh my god. Alright, my bad. You can live. You can. I don't want to fight. Hello? Oh. Okay, I think we're gonna need to reload. I don't know. The boss is like invisible or something. Oh, it's fucking Abriatus. Why is she so loud? 12? I guess because she's breaking a bunch of the gravestones at once. Holy shit. Sorry, chat.
What's that smell? The sweet blood. Oh, it sings to me.
Yeah, I'm gonna use the fire paper. Oh, look. That's so much. Whoa! Oh my god, that was weird as fuck. Oh! Oh no. Bro! That's not fair, man! Invalid. Oh. if the head hitbox actually works. I'm not doing it, unless I somehow am missing it. The rally on this weapon is terrible. I'm having a rough time here, guys. First try. 21% fire attack up. Nice. We don't have the blood gem tool though yet. We haven't found it. We've seen one shark. Maybe we use the saw spear instead. I have 4 bloodstone shards. This has not been good. Oh, hello.
Oh, you must be a hunter. Very sorry. The incense must have masked your scent. Good, good. I've been waiting for one of your ilk. These hunts have everyone all locked up inside, waiting for it to end. It always does, always has, you know, since forever. But it won't end nicely, not this time. Even some folks hiding inside are going back.
Nice guy.
Screams of women folk, the stench of blood, the snarls of beasts. None of them's too uncommon now. Yarnum's done for, tell ya. But if you spot anyone with their wits about them, tell them about this here Erden chapel. They'll be safe here. The incense wards off the beasts. Spread the word. Tell them to come on over, if you wouldn't mind.
Oh, God. A +1 saw spear. Massive. Could buy poison knives. Oh. What? Oh, we can buy bloodstone shards. Look at that. And twin bloodstone? That's kind of OP, don't you think? Well, I'm gonna take it. +6. Rigged seed. Buy more for the gun. Yeah, but I don't really have that much money right now. But yeah, you're right. I should probably get more. Actually, we have some cold bloods we could use. Boom hammer. Oh god. Hey, 7,000 blood echoes. And that's not bad, I guess. This fucking guy. Dude, this fucking enemy is horrible. Parry. Honestly, you're not wrong. I was saying that before. I need to parry. I don't know, like, I do not parry enough. I think in the rando, parrying with the gun is pretty good. It's not even that I hate parrying. It's nothing like that. I just not really used to actually doing it. But it's good. We need to find the blood gem workshop tool. Oh, what is that? 21% physical attack up on the ruin tool. You don't think the ruined gems work? No? What do? They just nothing, I guess? I mean, if I find the ruin tool, we could test. They did nothing unless it's a rune specific effect. Oh, okay. That's a shame. If that's true. But I can't say I'm surprised either.
You're a beast hunter, aren't you? I knew it. That's precisely how I started out. Oh, beg pardon. You may call me Alfred. So, why not?
What do you got for me, Alfred?
Oh, very good. Very good indeed. Take this to...
Alright, he just always gives fire paper. I wasn't even really paying attention the past few times that we talked to him. Yeah, this randomizer has not been updated in like 6 years. It would be cool if somebody, I mean, if I knew how to do any of this stuff, I would try to help update it myself, but it would be cool if somebody came along and updated the rando now that this game is more like easily moddable because of emulation. It would be cool to have the key items randomized at least. It's just on Nexus mods, Brad. Oh. Oh. Dude, the pigs are genuinely, like, the scariest enemy in this randomizer. Because they'll just fucking run you over. And just fucking murder you. Base game? Well, there's... I mean, in the base game, sure, but there's only a few spots where there's pigs. And, you know... they're not gonna, like, surprise you. At least... not after the first time. Yeah, I mean, you would have to figure out the logic for the randomizer, like where the key could get placed, and I don't know. I'm sure coding logic into a randomizer is probably the most complicated part about it. All we need is chunks now. My God, dude, the pigs, man, I'm telling you, dude, the pigs are just, and then my game crashed, I think. Dude. Where did he even come from? There's not even a pig. Oh, there he is. Reset. Hey, I quit out before the kill box got me. So, yeah, I mean, like, fall deaths, that should probably be a death, but I don't know. We're gonna die to some other bullshit anyways. He didn't even hit me? No, he didn't. He just ran into me. Which fucking knocked me off the ledge. Pig deaths don't count. To be fair, he did not hit me. You know, it's funny. At first, I was thinking that this randomizer would be pretty easy, but now I'm starting to doubt it, or like second guess myself. Please don't block me in here. I don't like this. I don't like this. But the Shadow's got like 1 billion health. $20K for that? Holy shit. I'm rich. The scaling on the enemies is actually just gonna get me killed. Like, the enemies become so dangerous once you get into the Forbidden Woods, and I'm sure it gets even worse when you get into the DLC, dude. Oh, you probably take so much damage. We need to find the blood gem tool. Oh God. Hey, he might give us a lot of echoes. Oh no, not again. Don't you dare throw me through the fucking floor. Oh my God. Dude, that fucking grab! It's just... It's like Iron Golem. How much do we get? Did I really only just get 600 from this fucking dude? Oh, the bony boy. Can you not actually kill these things? Or maybe just the model doesn't go away? Yeah, it seems like the effect stops, but I guess the model stays. Where's the blood gem tool? I need it. Gem name, my favorite. Well, there's an item we can go check over here. There's one item over here. I guess we'll check it. Or maybe is there an item in the tower too? There might be two. Yeah, I'm gonna check where the hunter's torch is. Have I missed a lot of item pickups? Not many. Nope. Yeah, I mean, we definitely missed, well, yeah, we missed some items because we didn't go into the, I don't know, we'll go back after we fight BSB. This is such like a long area to loot. Actually, so much stuff you gotta kill. Maybe it's in the same spot as last time. Nope. That was crazy. The last time. What the hell? Is that Amelia? Good damage. He's not staggering? No. Apparently boss stagger mechanics are tied to the arenas that they're from. I don't know why it's like that, and I'm sure if somebody made a randomizer for this game, like a modern, I'm sure if Fifth Matt made a randomizer for this, he could probably set it up so you could do like the normal boss staggers. It's probably just a matter of taking the code that's associated with the stagger system and, you know, putting it to wherever the boss gets randomized. But maybe it's not that simple. I don't know. It's never that simple. Sometimes it is. +7. Alright. Let's buy some more bloodstone shards. Just in case we want to try some like other weapons out. I guess we'll upgrade our gun.
Welcome. What? Very well.
I'm just going for the health ahead of time. It's not like I need it for the sections right now, but for Forbidden Woods and whatnot. I don't know, man. We just take so much damage. It's actually kind of terrifying. Let's go back to Old Yarnum and check a few more spots, because we might have missed the blood gem tool. I don't know if it could be like anywhere in the game, because we've found it, what, like 2 times now, and both times it was kind of early on. Oh, Mr. Piggy. Who did we run from? The Thumerian Elder? Was that here, or was that... When are we gonna start an Ari marathon? Not for a while. Every enemy drops something. Most of them do. There are so many items. Can we skip RE0? That's my favorite game, dude. Oh, also, I forgot to upgrade my gun. Kind of scared coming up here, chat. This guy's a fucking freak. Look at that. Look at that quit out speed. Holy shit. 1 bloodstone shard. Hell yeah. I always had the most loot emotes. Bro, I added that today just because I was playing Bloodborne and I thought it would be funny. Is there an item? Sure. Okay. The truth. Believe me if you want to. Or don't. Are there any other items up here? Oh, I missed the fucking jump. Oh, god damn it. Sorry, Zero, actually one of my favorites. I'm dead. Oh, there is an item here. Oh no. Excuse me, coming through. God, that item is horrible to grab, dude. What the fuck? I gotta go like all this to... Oh, okay, it's fine. It's the tool. Surely. Dude, the 60... If I wasn't on 6... Oh, God, if I wasn't on 60 FPS, we would have made that. I don't know, does anyone know, is it... Oh my god, we gotta go all the way back out. Is it possible to go 30 FPS, like, without restarting the game? Oh god. Will Grieva tuner work? I don't know if it works like that. Oh my god, the camera. Yeah, the problem is if I miss the jump, like I just have to, whatever. It's quick to restart the game. Fuck it. Going 30 FPS. It's not, dude, what is going on? The game is on like 2x speed now. Bro, what is happening? Oh, I guess it's because I have VSync disabled. Hold on. Beast Cutter. Oh, stop what? The fuck are you guys talking about? Yeah, I already got that one, Azrael. Wasn't there an item over here? Abyssal Bludgeon. (22.5% fire attack up. Dang. Oh, there's an item here too. Yeah, I don't know what I feel like maybe there's more items I missed, but oh, wait, did we not get the one in here? I don't know how that guy died. I think we looted mostly. Who are you? I think we looted mostly everything. Bro, what the fuck? Dude, let me fucking go up the ladder, hello? I wouldn't have fallen off if it was 30 FPS, you're right.
Well, good. Very well. Farewell.
Code Vein 2 is coming out on the 29th. You can play it on the 26th, though, if you have early access. But you can play it today, in 40 minutes. Oh, my Discord. One sec. All right. Let's just go back to Cathedral Ward. Hello, Holy Relic. Oh! We spent all of that time looking and it was just right here, chat. It was right here all along. What is that? Okay, this gun guy's gotta die. Gem name, my favorite. What kind of gems do we have? The rust, damage reduction. 5% physical attack up, that's good. 0.2% reduced stamina costs. Wow. That's sick. It's weird that the lizards just don't drop anything. Huge fire gems for the boom hammer, true. Why does he like fucking fall into the ground when I... Ooh, 3 chunks from that guy. Gosh. Let me backstab you, dude. Oh my. I'm destroyed, chat. Just curious how many blood echoes I'm gonna get from killing this guy. Just parry, true. That was a lot. Hi, Rom. Oh, this guy drops a good amount. We need these souls, man, for the late game areas. Ooh, this is a nice armor set. Hey, Smoke, Burton, Dawlong, Geek. Thank you for the subs, guys. No fashion. How dare you? L drip. No, my drip is a W, bro. Big dub. W's in the chat. Toilet bitch.
You, Prince Mark. I like them.
Coming through. God, these guys are so tanky. For no good reason. How many chunks do I have? 5? We could get +8. And we should probably put our gems in. Okay.
Fuck off!
Fuck
Fucking
off.
hell!
Seriously.
Fuck!
I did it. I parried. The toilet bitches from getting over it.
Let us wish to partake in communion. Let us partake in communion and feast upon the old blood. Our thirst for blood satiate.
You can parry no way. I know, it's crazy.
Welcome home, Ashen One.
I really do need to parry more often. Did my game crash? Honestly, I don't even mind when it crashes because it's so fast to boot the game back up again. Like, it actually only takes a few seconds. It's really nice. Oh gosh. Okay. Wait, oh, his limb mechanics are the same as Amelia's? So hard to hit him in the face. I just wanted to break the face, man. My bad. All right, hold on. I need to do a little stretch. Need some stretch action.
Master Willem, I've come to bid you farewell.
Oh, I know. You think now to betray me.
No, but you will never listen. I tell you, I will not forget our adage.
We are born of the blood, made men by the blood, undone by the blood. Our eyes are yet to open.
Fear the old blood. I must take my leave.
By the gods, fear it, Lawrence.
Alright, I'm back. That candle was centered so perfectly. Candle. Time to get more HP, chat.
Welcome. Very well. Farewell.
40 health. Plus 8 saw spear. We could socket some gems now. Boom, 5% attack up. 2.6% attack up. Oh, it changes it to fire if I put on the fire abyssal gem. I don't know if we necessarily want that. Seems like it's less overall. I think if I put the fire gem on, I lose all of my physical damage. I guess I should go do witches. And I have another fire gem. That's what I thought, but I only saw one in there. Unless... maybe they're both abyssal gems or something? Oh, it's a triangle gem. I don't... yeah, I don't have a triangle socket on this weapon. Surprised I'm not playing high card. Uh-huh. No, I'm not sponsored to play High Guard. Are people sponsored to play it? I guess they are. Stop spitting at me. Guard armor. Well, there's one more item we could check. Yes. Why does it have such bad reviews anyways? Thanks, last turn. Glad you enjoyed the marathon, man. God, I can't help but want to just like kill and loot everybody, but I probably shouldn't. I also feel like that's what I want. That's what I thought in Dark Souls 2 though, that I shouldn't kill everybody, and then I would run past and I would just get absolutely destroyed. I'm like, I'm scared if I try to run through an area, I'm gonna regret it. Then again, the last time I also died because oh, what is that? I feel like I died because I was fighting those spiders. It's a pig, kill it immediately. True. I guess we just have to assess the threat level. Something isn't that dangerous, we probably shouldn't bother killing it. But at the same time, we do... I just feel like with how deadly the scaling is... Wait, that guy had a badge? Spark Hunter badge. Huh. From an enemy. Interesting. No. Spamming R1. I really thought there was an item in the stalls there. Guess not though. We have not found any blue elixirs yet. Blue elixirs are probably really useful for this mod. Oh my god, 4 bullets from that guy? Wow. Oh no. No, 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 no. Need 7 more chunks. Is there any items over here? Holy shit. What's up, Salad? It's been it's crashed a little bit here and there, but it's been alright. Never played this game before? Really? Definitely do a playthrough. Okay. Alright, you know what? No, no, no. I'm gonna... Oh, okay, hold on. I'm gonna use my parries, because they're actually good. At least when you're not trying to go super fast. Oh, yeah, there's one more item over here. I guess we don't really need to worry about the workshop tool. I kind of wish that I wish that there was a randomization for the key items, though. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I mean, it's pretty stable. The only reason it's crashing is because of the randomizer, I'm pretty sure. I played through, like, the entire game without any crashes during my marathon. We need to be careful. These guys... Oh, no. Am I dead? Oh my god. Okay. I wonder if there's any attack that does thrust. Oh, that one does. Nice. Okay, I thought there might have been. That's the best for these enemies. Yeah, the RE4, you should try the RE4 Combat Evolved mod. It's actually pretty good. It starts off kind of like... I don't know. It didn't start off that strong for me, but there's a lot of cool changes to the weapons and a bunch of, like, there's map changes and I don't know. I don't want to spoil too much, but that's cool. Play it on extreme. I would not recommend playing on extreme, but maybe you'd enjoy it. I don't know. When I changed it to standard, it was so much better. Oh god. Oh no. He's teeing. Nice baby seed. Here, let me actually, I'll quit out. Let's see if it fixes it. It's so fast to quit out in this game. God, I love it. I mean, it's because of the intro skip, but... He's probably gonna break again, though. Yeah. Who else is in here? Where's the other boss? Okay, I don't know what's going on. Let's kill this guy. Oh wait, maybe we fixed him? Well, he got one attack off. Is that Cleric Beast? Oh god, what is that? Is that Lawrence? Oh Jesus. Oh my god, I almost just died. Okay, chill, bruh. It's fine. Holy shit! Oh, who the fuck are you, dude? What's going on? Oh shit. Holy fuck, okay. My bad, my bad, my bad, my bad, dude. Wait, I need to kill the amygdala. Fuck. Should have done the amygdala first. Why can't I fucking see him? Oh, he respawned. Alright, I guess we go to the Forbidden Woods now. And we go there, we go there to die.
Well, good.
Yeah, if Amygdala was working, we probably would have died. Maybe. Maybe not. I'm just gonna get more health. I don't... Oh, let's check the merchant. There's a lot of different weapons. Church cannon. Yeah, we have the easy shadows on. I wish that the shadows were more like... Cause I don't know, if you leave shadows normally the way it is in the rando, it's just bullshit. Like at least in the DS2 rando, you know, on Rat Vanguard, for example, the bosses are scaled down so you don't just like... Cause, I mean, you're just gonna like instantly die to 3... having a bunch of like high tier bosses attacking you at the same time. So it would be nice if easy shadows made you fight 3 bosses, but somehow like scaled them down a little bit so you don't just like instantly die. Isn't even about the damage, it's about the stun lock. Yeah. Yeah, I mean... But... if you die in just a few hits, then a stun lock is basically a death, so it's like one and the same. Alright, anyways... where are we going? So we gotta go... Time to go to the Forbidden Woods. Should sell my armor and get more HP. Yeah, I mean, we do have some armors we could sell. It's not gonna be worth much, though. I guess I could maybe get like 2 more points of health. That's actually... I didn't notice this last time. The red glow effect is like just attached to the model of these enemies, I guess. The glow effect that's on their crosses normally. Visit the place opposite Forest for a thing. Not sure which you mean exactly. Yeah, there's some stuff over there. What does that spit even do? Does that like drain your durability or something? Oh, that's worth a lot of money, those ritual bloods.
Go forth. Touch the demon inside me.
Hey, Midrot and I am Juan. Thank you for the 2 months, man. Yeah, I want to start, well, I want to start Code Vein 2, but they said I can't start the sponsor until 6 p.m. I guess because well, I need to download the game anyways. I don't know, maybe we'll start Code Vein 2 today. I'm still not 100% sure. But yeah, I can start downloading the game now. Hasn't downloaded it? They didn't give me a code, they didn't give me early access code, they just gave me a code for the Ultimate Edition of the game. To know I don't have it downloaded. Haven't seen most of these areas in like 10 years, yeah. I mean, we don't really need to loot everything, but we need upgrade materials, right? I want to get my weapon to max upgrade. We don't have a blood rock yet, though. Yeah, I'll go start my Code Vein download in a sec. Can't imagine it'll take too long to download. He's the bloody... bloody guy. Do I need to restart Steam? Probably. Looks like I can install it now. Alright, it's 70 gigs, chat. It's downloading. Yeah, it's probably only gonna take like 5 or 10 minutes.
that.
My God, I thought my fucking PC just crashed. That scared me. It might crash again. No. Dude, the scaling of the enemies when you get to the forest is so much. Like, these enemies are scary. I also thought my fucking PC crashed. Oh, hey, buddy. I don't think you can backstab these guys. And you can actually, really? These enemies are kind of scary. Those skulls do so much damage, actually. I don't know if I should still try to loot stuff. I mean, I guess we need bloodstone chunks, so we kind of have to keep looting. My bad. Die to a DLC scaled pig? Probably. What's my favorite weapon? I don't know. It's kind of hard to say. The whirligig saw is really fun. I do enjoy the whirligig saw quite a lot. Church pick is good. Kirkhammer is a lot of fun. Logarius wheel. Honestly, most of the weapons in this game are fun, except for the rifle spear. That weapon sucks ass. I fucking hate that weapon. Chikage is cool. You like that weapon? Well, that's... I'm sorry you have terrible taste. I'm just kidding, but that weapon's fucking ass. It has like one attack. I will say the rifles. Okay, funny enough, I used the rifle spear on my first playthrough. And I will say, the charge R2 on the rifle spear is not bad. If you want to just cheese every enemy, the rifle spear R2 is pretty good for that. I will give credit where it's due, but it's just such a boring weapon. Not every weapon needs to be magical. Okay. Sure. That's fine. I'm just saying, the weapon's boring, dude. I had no reaction to the snakes. I'm sorry, dude. The snakes were just... They were just stretched out a little bit. Cost Parasite is ass. Yeah. I tried using I did a challenge run of the Cost Parasite. I got 99 arcane and I farmed for the best possible gems that I could get. And I did a run of that. It's on my YouTube channel. And it was still awful. This is still not very good. And most of these enemies aren't really dropping us shit. You remember, Raiden, you could do arcane damage with the shotgun spear? Yeah, I mean, it was a glitch, but... Yeah, the rifle spear actually used to be the strongest weapon in the entire game. Because there was a glitch. The way that the rifle spear works is that it shoots, like, 30 different pellets that all do a very tiny amount of damage. But... if you equipped a gem on the rifle spear that added plus arcane damage, just like plus arcane attack up, like a flat value, every single pellet of the gun would get that arcane damage. So you could have like plus 100 arcane attack, and the rifle spear would do, I don't know, like 10,000 damage when you shot the gun. It was crazy. Yeah, they fixed it. Oh god. Oh Jesus, no. Oh my god, he almost just killed me. Bro. Oh no. I'm panicking! We should have beast blood cocktails. I really hope the other guy doesn't come down here. Oh no. This is... He died. How did he die? I don't know. I'm so happy he died. Oh my god. I thought I was fucking dead, dude. It's so quiet. Dude, this is so fucking annoying. Holy shit. Okay, we should be able to get a backstab now. Okay, never mind. I think you can parry that. That's so fast. Okay, that was scary. I probably should have just spammed R1 and not gone for the backstabs there. Or parried him. It's just, parrying him is kind of scary. If you miss it, you just get kind of comboed out. Yeah, I'm not sure why the audio of the enemy breaks. It's weird. There is like 1 or 2 more items up here. I mean, again, we don't really need to check all of these items. Also, normally this guy would give me an item. Is it still the tonsil stone? Have I played Last Faith? I think so? Sounds familiar. Oh, 1 more chunk. And the saw spear is so good. Like, every enemy drops blood vials. Quite nice. Nitrous. Dude, this guy was here in the exact same spot last time. I'm pretty sure. Code vein too good. I mean, I don't think people can really answer that yet. Is there anything on top of this building?
Oh.
I liked the first code vein, honestly. I guess the only spot with the item is right here. There's normally beast blood pellets. Oh, another chunk. We need 2 more chunks. Patches is... Wait, did we just get 2 more chunks? My god, we did. Well, now we just need a blood rock. The brain of Mensis be randoed? What, like the one that causes frenzy? I don't think so, because that shit will just like instantly kill you. Well, you can get the brain, but it's not the version that frenzies you. I'm not sure if anybody can drop a blood rock or not. Maybe? I mean, the blood rock could be from an enemy drop. Hard to say. Was it from an enemy that I got the one previously? Okay. Come on, do the jump. Do the, like... That works. Is it a set loot pool or truly random? I don't know. The randomizer doesn't really say exactly how it all works. But I assume it's it's probably truly random, I don't know. It would be interesting if the randomizer made it, like, if there was logic where you had to go into Chalice dungeon to potentially, like, get key items. That'd be kind of cool. I feel like Bloodborne has potential to be a pretty cool randomizer. And I mean, like, this rando is decent, but with more options and more, like key, if there were actual key randomization. That'd be cool. I mean, we're lucky there's even a rando in the first place. By the way, for anybody who didn't hear me before, the rando for this game was made, like, before the game was emulated. So there was a guy who went out of his way to make a rando for this, even though there's only, you know, a few people. Well, not a few. I don't know how many people had jailbroken PlayStations, but it's definitely not that many. I think this rando's 5 or 6 years old at this point. No, Lance didn't make the randomizer. I'm almost certain Lance had nothing to do with the randomizer. Well, maybe he helped in some way, but I don't think he's the one who made it. Actually, I can't remember who is the one who made it. Bro, what the fuck? What was he just doing? Yeah, I mean, Lance gave us the Bloodborne emote. These death skulls do an insane amount of damage. Like, I've ran over the death skulls as they were sprouting out of the ground in the DLC, and I've just instantly died with like 30 HP. I don't know why they're so... I don't know why they do so much damage. You get counter hit if you like sprint over them. I guess that's part of it. Oh god. Pigs are so scary, man. Okay, dude. Fuck off. You poison. I didn't mean to drink Sefka's... Oh, my God. Dang it, dude. Oh, that's a good badge. Ariana's shoes. Chairman's clothes. And I love Rally. It's a shame that Millennia's Great Ruin is you get it like so late in Elden Ring because it's basically like adds Rally to the game. It's just by the time you get it, it's so late. Oh god, it's this enemy. Those guys are really dangerous. At least when they're stacked together. Not sure what's up with that guy. RE5 rando next. I heard the RE5 rando is kind of like scuffed. I can't attack her, right? Yeah. It's weird. Holy shit, dude. It fucking hurts, man. God, I'm doing it, guys. I'm shooting. Is he fighting something? No Gunner mods for this. There is actually a 2B mod for this game, but no, I didn't download it. Do we have any better gems now? Oh, this is a good... Oh, this one's not bad. 10%. 18% blood. Oh, 17, but that's a triangle gem. We don't have triangle socket. We have so many of these thrust damage reduction ones. It's fucking weird. We also have a lot of fire. Wow, this one's crazy. 19% fire, 15% fizz. Damn, dude. It's circle, though. I think circle is only on... Isn't circle on, like, gun? The Lost Chikage has a circle? Really? Interesting. Alright, guys, well. I guess we go fight the shadows. I don't know if there's any other items to check. Where am I right now? In the forest. No way. Oh, okay, I see. It's been so long since I've fully looted the forest. They're a mod. Yeah, you can make the randomizer. The randomizer actually has an option for custom enemies. So you can set like every enemy in the game to be the well shark if you want. Or like the I was gonna say, or I was saying earlier, you could do all winter lanterns run. Probably be horrible. I didn't realize I was getting frenzied, bro. What? What even frenzied me? What do you mean, dude? I was just chilling, man. I wasn't even paying attention. Oh, dude. Come on, man. Oh. What even, Fred? Do you think he was invisible? I don't know. What actually frenzied me? I don't know. I wasn't even... I honestly didn't even notice... I did not notice the frenzy bar going up at all. Did I get hit by like a slug that caused frenzy buildup? Did I really get hit by like a baby slug and not realize it? All right, let's see. I did get hit by the fucking slug from behind. He bit my toe. I didn't even fucking notice, man. Oh my god. Oh, that is so stupid. That is so dumb. I mean, I can't even, like, this is my fault. Oh my god, dude. Fuck. Oh. Well. Rip. That is tragic.
Fuck off! Fucking hell! Fuck!
All right, well, let me roll the rando again.
You print money. I like money.
I don't know if I feel like ROM is doable without the easy ROM, but I'm not sure. Man, it's so weird though. Like, I wonder if there's a way to randomize the key overworld items. Like, why is it grayed out? Like, maybe he actually made it and there's something you have to do to like enable the option to randomize the key overworld items, or yeah, maybe it's just a placeholder and he never finished it. All right, here we go. Sorry, all right, I'll mute my Windows sounds, system sounds. Yeah, I'm not sure what the permadarkness thing even does. Oh, it made the sound again. I guess it's the program that makes the sound. All right, yeah, we'll start a new run, but I don't know. I don't know if I should start Code Vein 2 today or just start it tomorrow. I don't know, because I can play in like 25 minutes if I want. 25 minutes to finish a new run. Well, we're not gonna finish the run, obvious. And I mean, yeah, I mean we already made our character, so that's good. Oh god, no.
Away! Away!
Moon? Let's do Chikage, because it's cool. Let's go with the flame sprayer. And buy the clothes. Could sell the clothes. What does the beak mask look like? Damn, I look sick. Sell the rifle spear, get this fucking shit out of here. I want to level up, but I don't have any madman's knowledge yet. How many bold hunter's marks? Wow. Dude, this is like the first time I've seen this enemy. Kage is so cool, dude. Ate the Chikage moveset. Wow. Honestly, the health drain is probably not good for the rando, though. Our rapid poison procced on him. Oh, nice. We got a madman's knowledge. Honestly, I might just go back. I feel like it's probably a good idea to go back. Reset counter to 0. What counter?
Hello, on an e-tweet. Very well. Fair.
I should probably just add a counter for like the current run. I was just kind of lazy. This. What is going on, dude? Winter lanterns, if you can get winter lanterns, they're definitely just gonna completely fuck us. Maybe the mod creator disabled them. I mean, we haven't seen one yet. I mean, I have no idea. We have so many bolt hunter marks. I think the difference, like the variety in enemies is dependent on, oh gosh. Oh shit. I think it's based on the file size thing on the randomizer settings. Oh no. Okay. I thought that might one-shot me. My god, I'm getting fucking wrecked. I'm getting fucking wrecked, dude! I hate this fucking enemy so much. Like, they are just the masters of delayed attacks. I just gotta get behind you, dude. There we go. Amygdalin arm. I don't really like him. Well, Amygdalin arm is cool. It's not my favorite weapon though. If it just feels kind of weak, and the range is kind of rough. What is this gem? Dude, what? This gem. Just weapon durability down. Oh, that's a good gem. Fantastic. Oh, that's actually a good gem, though, I think. 16% attack? Alright. It's not bad. Oh, Jesus. I mean, the sharks drop a lot of blood echoes, at least. Imagine we get Wet Nurse again. Dude, what is going on? My bad. Can I rapid poison her, I wonder? I mean, at least there's no baby. She is the Yarnum Queen, that's true. It is fitting for her to be here. Okay. Can we not fucking do this, dude? I have no antidote. What is the L2? Oh yeah, it's that one. 13 damage a hit. Yeah, it's because of like the type of attack. You need thrusting attacks against those blue guys, and also you want thrusting attacks against the like tentacles that suck your head off. Yeah, like the grabber enemies. You know what I'm talking about. Well, that's a big guy. Gonna grab this, don't mind me. Coming through. Oh! Oh no. Oh Jesus, that was almost really bad, chat. We almost just died. Oh. They made enemies not respond to you if you want to run past them. It more so has to do with the AI of the enemies that are there normally. Like, I think because the enemies in the swamp are normally those crawly guys that barely, like, they don't even really ever attack you. Somehow they retain the AI of the enemies that are normally there. That's why they're so passive. Oh god. Bro, what the hell even is that? There's a guy with a big stick? I've never seen this guy. Dude. Bro is shitting on me. I did not want to roll there. I wish I could parry this guy. Here we go. Like auto targets your position too. Maybe he drops a good amount of blood echoes? Or nothing, you know, that's good too. I didn't want anything. I've never seen that enemy before, though. That was surprising. Dude, the fucking gravestones, why are they so loud? Just need to stick to R1s. I don't know why I'm trying to go for Charger too.
What's that smell? The sweet blood. Oh, it sings to me.
Oh shit! Yo, guys, we can do rapid poison on wet nerves. Assuming it works, which it should. We're gonna get a massive bleed proc on wet nerves. Get ready. Oh. Massive. Are we gonna get 72,000? Oh, nice. Yeah, transformation attacks are good. The thing is, the damage of the Chikage... Chikage is basically like the Holy Moonlight Sword, where if it's in the untransformed version, you only do damage based on your melee stats, so like strength and dex, strength and skill. And when you're in the blood mode, it's only based on your blood tinge. It's just when you have... When you have the blood mode activated, you gradually lose HP, which is kind of annoying. Oh, the whirligig saw. Man, we have a lot of options. Hello, Andrea. The Holy Moonlight Sword gets split scaling in both forms. Maybe you're right.
Hmm? Oh, you must be a hunt.
Welcome. Very.
The worst part is it doesn't even matter how much health you have, Frenzy is still just gonna, like, kill you so fast because it's percentage based. Brutal. What else can I buy? Ritual blood? Oh, shoot. Yeah, this ritual blood is complete. I could buy this for 600 and sell it for 10,000. But I don't want to cheat. It's like, the randomizer, just the guy who made the rando, didn't really take into consideration the prices of things in the store. It's kind of stupid because you could just get, like, infinite level ups when that happens. Like, it's just not that fun to do that. Alright, sorry. Yeah, I'm not sure what I want to do right now. Wait, let me see. Did my Code Vein 2 finish downloading? It did. I mean, we could start Code Vein 2. Why? Well, it's not like I'm gonna finish the Bloodborne randomizer regardless. Is there any point? Yeah.